Hello and welcome everyone, this is Blackadder at Blackadder's Place. Welcome to today's stream. So, we're gonna be continuing with some Diablo 4. No, well, it's gonna be an attempt maybe on story, but you kinda know how it's been going with us. It's gonna be probably mostly some overworld and dungeons, most possibly. Story is gonna... well, when we get there, I guess it's gonna be waiting for us, it looks like. No, nonetheless, today is also coincidentally the day for the first season. I'm not really caring about that. I'm just gonna be playing my campaign and whatnot and even it up to the speedrunners and people milking the monos from that in their streams. So this you can learn all the things about it if you are interested about that. And there were of course some patch notes, rather some significant ones. So I'm kinda curious how it's gonna be playing out, because some of them, plenty of them were fairly significant nerfs actually. So I was kinda feeling a bit more confident with the setup that I have in the last session, and kinda like the session before that as well. So we'll see how it's gonna be throwing up into this array. Yeah, they have nerfed, as far as I know, they have nerfed critical strike, the vulnerable damages and whatnot, but mostly kinda like the affixes you can get on items. So probably the ones that we already have should be fine, but probably finding new ones is gonna be a bit more complicated. So I guess as we progress, the game theoretically should be getting harder. You'll see, you know. Last week we had the first death, and that unfortunate Lilith shrine just pisses me off still, but nonetheless happened, can't do anything about that. No, and what is right now there for something specific for us? New questline and boss, whatever. Not sure if you're gonna be really arriving at that somehow. Malignant powers. Some kind of extra affixes if I'm not mistaken. Or something along those lines. Don't care about that really. Legendary aspects and unique items. Nothing really for us, you are too low level for that. New cosmetics, who cares about that? And I wanted to further lower the sound, or the music. Maybe the effects a bit still. Still felt a bit too loud in the battles. Let's see. If you want to access seasonal content, you need to create a new character for the season realm. Continue Eternal Realm. Non-seasonal, yeah, we just can't be bored of course playing this again. So no seasonal content for us in the end. Simple as that. Yeah, well, probably gonna be with more people right now playing again, so... Kinda curious though that the stream count wasn't entirely too high. I was kinda looking at it, it's about like a water mill. When the game came out, it was about like a mill for quite some time. So water mill seems to be quite a bit disappointing at first season launch, to be honest. But yeah, well, plenty of people kinda already have voiced their serious disappointment. You really wanting to tell me I'm gonna be waiting half an hour for a game? Please don't tell me that's gonna be the case. Wow, they would have to be downscaling really tons after a launch then. If you be there for having the queue. Okay, so that is something I was expecting, unfortunately. Yeah, so we're gonna be having a waiting simulator. Probably not much to be done during that time. Maybe we could be having a look at the patch notes, I guess, maybe. It's theoretically something we could do. Well... yeah, we've seen some unusual long queue times for Diablo 4. No, I'm seeing it right about now as well. Thank you for the message now just coming up. We are working on this and we appreciate your patience. Okay. That's great. So it's basically just now coming up. Oh, should have probably started before the season. But, yeah, well, the timing is what it is, unfortunately. Wasn't expecting that's gonna be really a problem, because it shouldn't be more people than around launch. They had to be really just cutting down on the infrastructure a lot. Kinda like logically, of course, but still, they probably overcut it, maybe. And we are not entirely moving with the 29 minutes here, apparently. I wonder if I should be cancelling it. I think I'm probably cancelling it the first time here and seeing if it really changes anything. Apparently not. So you're just gonna be having to apparently wait until they fix it. So, Diablo 4 patch notes. Whether I can like find that. Season of the Malignant? Okay. Yeah, this is possibly gonna be taking some time, so... Window capture, and this is window capture for what? For task manager? Okay, I want to be keeping that in. Still 29 minutes, yes, it's gonna be some kind of maybe even tech issue on top of it. Well, that's a bit great, but nonetheless, so what do we have here? Season we don't care about, I want to be here since season the changes. And since we are not gonna be having kinda like even the seasonal content, I don't care about that. But what are kinda like the patch notes, actually? Yeah, that's what I want. July 20th. So what do we have here? Oh, less than a minute. Seems like it maybe you're not gonna be having too much time for that. So let's just quickly look at... I want to be especially looking at the Necro. Less wall, I don't care about that because that's too far. Legendary aspects, also not entirely useful because I'm too far for that. Bug fixes, nope, nope. Is there something specific for Necro here? Fixed an issue with necromancers could not obtain daggers from the purveyor of curiosities. Whatever. Minions would have their life bonuses deactivated while down. And that's a problem. That's a bit weird, not sure. Maybe if you are comparing things or whatnot, it's somewhat relevant, I don't know. Fixing issue a bone spear cast through chilling wind from an elite enemy would increase the number of generated echoes for that cast. Does that mean therefore that Bone Spear is gonna be weaker, possibly? Maybe. I'm not sure if I understand this right, but it seems that way. Fixed an issue where enhanced Bone Spear could cause erratic movement. Okay, and fixed an issue where cancelling Blood Mist. We don't use that, it's already off cooldown. Immediately recast it. Interesting. But nonetheless, seems like you're gonna be getting back, so we didn't entirely get to learn too many deep things here, but at least the wait time, or the wait time, wasn't too terrifyingly horrible. Good. So, there we go. This is where we left. Let's let the game load. Last actually week the performance was fairly nice, so I'm looking forward if it's gonna be similar today. No, what did you want to do in the first place? I think I wanted to finish probably the bottom part here. Hello, sorry, we did. This is because that's not the treasure. I think we have done... Yeah, we have finished this whole part. Okay. So yes, the next one I probably wanted to finish this. It's gonna be like one dungeon. Maybe then we're gonna be heading into the left somehow. There's gonna be a path, not sure. So we have 3 kind of like dungeons to do here. It's kind of like bothering me the whole piece here. But when you've already been there, let's go south. So I remember last week we got the extra Army of the Dead, which I really enjoyed. So that's a pretty good pickup. I'm very happy about what that was actually doing for us. Hoping that maybe some kind of performance improvements have been in, but so far it's not really looking that way. Okay, so we are to the top, bottom, that way. And, you know, you can continue maybe here to the right, if need be, but mostly I just want to be kind of finishing the bottom part here. And, of course, the dungeon. Okay, so... Oh!
I need more essence. I'm out of essence. I'm low on essence. I need more essence.
With the guys around, that wasn't too hard, and we kinda just went in for the last third bit practically. So thanks, boys. Can we click on the Slay Militia? He's blocking us, the person here. He's actually standing on top of him, it looks like. No, it's just gonna like straight back. You can't move him for some reason. Well, that's a new one. Don't think I've actually seen this before. Oh, that was a bit uncomfortable skill there for a moment. A lot of gems drop in. Like, seriously, a lot. Okay, this body is working. So there's some kind of bug with this specific one, I guess. I was kinda thinking that actually last week we did go into one of the tunnels here, because we needed the blood for the chalice, for the sister. Oh, Jar of Souls. That's the event I didn't manage last time, if I'm not mistaken.
I need more essence.
Screw you, boys.
I'm out of essence.
Oh, you are supposed to be collecting those essences. Uh-huh. Didn't really do that, and that's why I'm gonna be probably having quite a low reward. Uh-huh. Right now I'm just gonna notice what was actually the supposed goal of it all. So it's not like a recharge for me, it's actually for the quest. Okay, so for the next time I know. Oh, that was a nice vein there. There was a lot of bats. Wow, completely out of nowhere, but they of course also died sufficiently quickly. Today the performance is not as good as it was last week. Channeling Shrine. Okay, let's see if it's gonna be good enough. I wonder if the timer also goes through these long loading times. If it can like pauses on you and resumes after. Sure. It's a very long load time. This looks like maybe something with the server still. Yeah, and that seems that the servers are still not that fine. Okay, so maybe stay in the overworld for a bit longer until it all stabilizes and then potentially doing the dungeon, we'll see. Yes, theoretically just like one dungeon in this territory that we want to do. Do we even have actually on that? It's kind of like a weird demoness. Full belly. Titties there. Huh. Almost looks like the Venusha from Vestonice here. That we have had, or has been found in Czech Republic. So if I'm not mistaken, it's the oldest in the world even. Or at least like somewhat like top 3 oldest kind of statuettes that have been ever found. Okay though. I guess it's gonna be there for another time for some, therefore. Look at the patch, possibly. So we've gone through necromancers, so that wasn't anything that relevant all that much to us, generally. And naturally teleport during boss encounters, really, that's a thing. That reminds me, actually, last week with Obols, we bought the Whispering Keys for some of the chests. So if we maybe encounter them, then this time we're gonna be able to open them. So we weren't able to do so last time. We found like two sessions ago, but we didn't have the keys then. The player could avoid damage from bosses if they position themselves in a specific location. Objects would not be... Oh, that's... weird little thingy, but okay. Merriman NPC, not sure who that is. Forged relics. Not entirely certain of what that is. Should a monster with a cold, bleeding, burning, or corruption affix would freeze players in one hit in Nightmare Dungeons. The cold, enchanted affix. Interesting. Cold enchanted freezing players more often than internet and higher world tiers. Okay, so it's most of the things are not entirely relevant to us too much here. Still, of course, in the lower tier. And play normally. Huh. Fix an issue where a chest could spawn that would provide infinite loot. Jesus Christ. Cost reduction bonus from the Ring of Starless Skies can unexpectedly drop off. Oh, finally through. Good. And apparently we are just back. We have lost all the skeletons and everything, and we are not going anywhere. Okay, so... Wait, what? Are we actually even here? Because we are apparently not getting skeletons back here. Okay, this is a bit weird. That's having me a bit concerned. Okay, so at this point I have no idea what the hell is going on. Definitely smells like that maybe kind of like the servers are completely screwed. Now the skeleton's waiting for us down below. Can theoretically cast immediately 3, so it's not like a biggest problem. Yeah, but I kind of have a feeling that we actually got returned to the previous location. And the servers haven't entirely kind of dealt with us properly. The skeleton's off, that's very weird. I can't even resummon them, so I was kind of thinking of maybe running the overworld and stuff, but if you can't even get new ones, that's not entirely something that I want to test too much then. Well, that's a sad evening, really. Blizzard continues dropping the ball apparently with Diablo here. Really unexpected that even just a season launch is gonna be such a crap experience, even if you are not taking part in the stupid season. Ah well. Back to the patch notes then. Okay, so that's all some specific rings and stuff. It's an issue where any character menu interaction would reset the bonus granted by the inner calm aspect. Wonder what kind of potentially other skills could be maybe benefiting from something along those lines. Maximum life affix on the mark of the conclave. Okay, so it's a specific quest item. So not important too much. Isn't really important. Fix an issue where items of higher power than intended were dropping from rare monsters. Apparently seems like that for the eye level or whatnot was not entirely functioning as it should have. Works. Oh, I mean, like, these are the guys that we are right now fighting here in the Outworld. Champion attack dealt no damage and passing through the player. Well, that was apparently a thing. These are, of course, the kind of like little pieces that you usually kind of do not notice all that much. If you are, of course, not knowing to look for them specifically. Lightning enhanced champion goatman who failed to deal damage to the player. Really? Erratic goblins. I mean, like, we actually haven't seen too many of them. No, frankly, it doesn't seem like we need too many because we are just gonna drop in rares up and down and plenty things. So they don't seem to be necessarily too needed with how the itemization is actually done in this game. It feels to me, at least so far. And kind of like, they didn't kind of meet directly one. Just kind of like saw that there was one, and unfortunately didn't have time to catch him because he noticed only later that he was around. Monster behavior could not perform properly and could be exploited in some cases. Okay, so you still haven't loaded now. This is quite a bit unfortunate experience for today. If you're gonna be back teleported, or the teleported back this time again, you're probably trying to see if you can at least play the overworld. Maybe if some different bodies are gonna be allowing us to get the skeletons back up. Or if you're like truly off the game somehow. Well, it seemed to be working fine for us, so I guess it's gonna be some specific instances, for example, where that wasn't filling the progress bar. Invulnerable to damage, Jesus. That probably was a scary experience for people who actually met that. Teleport through the ancient game, block progression, really? Okay, so you're gonna be apparently back. He still can't be hitting anybody here. Let's see if this is gonna be overriding that. Nope. So, enemies and everything is working, but we can't be getting apparently our skeletons, so that's quite a bit uncomfortable, frankly. That is a bit uncomfortable and a bit scary. What do we do with that, actually, though? Kinda tempted just to go to town and see if we can be going back. If that's gonna maybe resetting something or whatever. If it's gonna be actually allowing us to go back to town, that's the question. If it's gonna be the same loading time or whatnot. Yeah, I was kinda thinking that's gonna be the case. The connection has been lost, your client has been disconnected from the server. Yeah, I was kinda thinking it's probably gonna be the better ending. Hopefully the items that we found are gonna be kept with us, but not like there were too many of them being important, frankly. Yeah, so it seems like I'm gonna be having to therefore wait to get in again. Let's gonna see if maybe right now the connection is gonna be faster, or if we're gonna be again having some half an hour there. Apparently, not a good coincidence on Thursdays with the new season to play more Diablo. So, something further curious here. Resetting dungeons. Well, the one that we did right now have the reset. Was working fine last week, so that's at least we didn't get screwed there. Not enough monsters when you actually need a special monster count, and that's not too helpful. Okay, looks like he might be loading in. It has to be quite fun for the speedrunners, this kind of experience with the servers. Not envious of them at all. And we actually back with skeletons, that's nice. And did we keep the items? Actually we did, okay. So, what did we even get? Odd kickers, of course, shift compare. Movement speed 4.5, 13 intelligence, slow duration reduction. Not entirely getting slowed down that much, but like 9% slowdown, cool. Well, the kind of duration reduction is actually fairly curious. For the gloves. Very nice attack speed. And 2 to bone spear. Oh, I think we have found the new ones. Lucky hit chance is gonna be going off. Better attack speed. Yes. Thank you. The attack speed and the bone spirit is actually fairly nice. And the next boot skill, Striders. Max evade charge, interesting rank of bone spirit. We're not using that, but it's on my kind of like on my radar. But unfortunately there doesn't have movement speed. I want that. Oh, probably don't need to be even depositing the gems. You seem to be dropping a lot of them.
What will it be?
Probably gonna be keeping those then. Nah, the new ones are gonna be definitely better. And ones that I want to be using. And I wonder if I should be already depositing something in. Probably not. Kinda slightly assuming that might be kinda better maybe to wait for some better gems or whatnot. Not sure. But so far I don't seem to be necessarily needing it. Okay, so we're all around here. We didn't even actually get exploration though properly. But I guess let's gonna go to the waypoint rather. And explore it from the other part. And from the other side, pick up maybe a few of the quests. Because they might be relevant to this part of the map.
You're kind, but it's nothing that won't heal. I was a fool for trying to get into the old Lights Watch outpost. The place is overrun with fiends. I only wanted to... I believe my mother, Soliana, was stationed there.
I think we've already done that. I think it might have been the first one.
But its records in the light. There must be something left behind at the outpost by Knights Penitent.
Don't worry. I'll look into it.
Only that it was once a bastion of the Knights Penitent, the holy order of cathedral knights who patrolled the roads, delivering the light's justice to evil. That is, until they marched away.
Okay, so that quest is... yeah, in that. So you have to be apparently going in again. But we've already done that. It's kinda stupid. But it doesn't mean we need to be finishing the whole dungeon. I think we want therefore.
Those were local hunters. They went with my brother Perithan to guide some merchants through the mountain pass, but were attacked by bandits. The hunters think Perithan set them up. That cannot be right. He is not very devout, but he wouldn't do something like that. I want to look for him, but the woods are dangerous. Could I perhaps hire you as a bodyguard?
Sure.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Before we leave, we should ask around town. Maybe he came back on his own.
Okay then.
That troublemaker? No. But let me know if you find him. I have some questions.
Okay then.
How many times have I said, do not leave these walls? I promised your parents I would care for you.
No. Perithan does his very best to avoid me, I'm afraid. I should hope he's somewhere praying for his own salvation. We gave up long ago.
Well, well, well. Not a cute guy, it seems like.
Why? To finally arrest the menace? He went out with those heathen merchants a while back. I haven't seen him since.
Light. I was hoping. The merchants were ambushed at a camp just before the pass. We should search there.
Okay, so we're gonna be having to go back there. But that's gonna... Alright, we wanted to be going here anyway. There's the dungeon. So I guess let's maybe gonna go through the left side here. Wow, that hurt. Okay, so let's see if this time we're gonna be able to load in actually. Or if you're gonna be having the same problem. And therefore the next attempt then, in another 50 minutes, is going to be simply just like run the overworld and be done with it. Don't go into dungeons, maybe later. Yeah, seems like it simply don't go somewhere where you need to actually load in. Servers are not really ready for that. Okay, so Blizzard CSU and Twitterino they're saying, so this is something. Okay, still the same. No. Plenty other people having the same issues, unfortunately. Nothing that you can do about that. Unlucky, unlucky. So I'm probably gonna be putting on tea, I guess. It's gonna be just returning this pass back into overworld. Hopefully you're not gonna be dying there instantaneously. It's very much possible as well that it's going to happen. But yeah, next time after you're gonna be logging in, I guess you're just gonna be having to do the overworld and hoping for at least cleaning that, and then somewhere later hopefully gonna be able to finish the dungeons as well. So sorry for this, but no, it is what it is. So less Diablo for today. Almost tempted to even go into something like Heroes of Might and Magic or whatnot. This is not entirely something that I was envisioning for today. Maybe therefore doing like a Diablo session on Monday or whatnot if I'm gonna be having time. And doing like, you know, the Heroes of Might and Magic session today. I'm gonna be giving it a bit more still if the server stabilizes or whatnot, but yeah, this is not looking too cool. Okay, going to go for the tea. The kind of a bad part is that if you get moved back into that point, those Treants are fairly dangerous. So if they respawn and I'm not here, I'm just gonna get killed. Whatever, it's a softcore character. It's kinda like a death I wouldn't be mourning too much. It's something that would be our fault. Oh, we actually loaded in. We actually did manage to load in. Interesting. And with all the skeletons and everything. Look at that.
I'm low on essence.
So far can't exactly tell if the extra levels on the bone spear are working us to a good degree. But it's about done. Guess you're gonna learn as the evening progresses. If it's gonna be progressing with us still. So, little dungeon. Half an hour of loading again, maybe. Mm-hmm. Seems that way. Oh, that's so much fun. But not able to be fixing something like that in a supposedly high profile, high kind of like a preference game for them in an hour. No. Doesn't look entirely too competent. Something interesting here, maybe. Not really. Not really too much here. Yeah, we've already noticed that. That player character, it was definitely new. Before that it was only static images, but yeah, well. Maybe they were actually accounting for loading screens increasing in their prevalence. If you haven't unlocked it, you can't be even playing in the higher one. Well, Kinda seems like it was like classic power leveling through Diablo 2, for example. It's a bit of a weird one to remove, to be honest. It's kinda like locking and slowing the game down for the min-maxers. Weird. Okay, back out. All the skeletons you probably loaded correctly and can see you have it even clicked. Okay, so I guess we're just gonna be staying there for in the overworld and doing dungeons when maybe things are seeming a bit more stable.
I lack the required essence.
Okay, we've definitely been here, because you're picking up things overall there, so let's go back to town and through that path to the right. That's actually where we got the quest thingies.
I would reconsider
Last
heading
week.
south.
For the
Nothing in the
chilies,
swamp
the
worth
blood.
dying for. Least of all the people.
Having deer even inside.
The nights have been quiet without you. No snoring. I can't sleep a wink without it.
Yeah, well, sometimes you're just gonna use things, even though they are generally annoying. And you might be then missing them. Okay, I think we have already read this before, but whatever creature fed on this man, it had twice the size of daggers. People of Margrave have more to fear than bandits in these woods.
He was desperate, but right. This is horrible. Do you see any clues?
One of the merchants was with Perithon. Anything of value has been stripped from the body. The merchant's goods have been broken open and thoroughly ransacked. Hoping it wasn't us. The fatal wound appears to have been an arrow in the neck. The handiwork of the hunters from Margrave, no doubt. Thick scars crisscross the skin of the forearm in peculiar patterns, as if drawn intentionally.
I didn't want to believe it, but I've seen those scars before. On unsavory types who sometimes met with Perithon. It seems he's truly fallen in with them. I have to find him. I have to bring my brother to justice.
Okay, so as you mentioned, no dungeons for us until servers are gonna be cool.
He's gone too far this time. He has strayed so far from the road.
Okay, and these are the parts we have actually already gone through, but we apparently need to be looking for him somewhere around here.
go. I'm ready.
And unfortunately, it's just like in a dungeon. No, that's not.
Out of essence.
Alright, so we have scouted the rest, so it's not entirely showing here, but that's because, yeah, well, that was the drop. You were kicked out, cleanse in flame, light the ritual brazier. Cut through this skip. No, again, it's just like, unfortunately, dungeon, so I'm gonna be giving it a bit more time. Let's gonna go around first. So I still have to go to 8? Oh, yellow, that's actually the player.
I lack the required essence.
And of course, an altar of Lilith. We are gonna be this time ignoring and not misclicking into, hopefully.
I'm out of essence.
I'm just kinda hoping that Lachtan is, or what's his name, is not gonna be dying there, because he seems to be waiting next to that dungeon, so all the hideouts. I'm kinda hoping he is actually fine. But due to servers, so therefore due to the gods, from his point of view, we can't be going in. At least not now.
Out of essence.
That was a nice execute from the extra skill. Okay, I think in it we have gone this way, so we have been there. Left side, I'm fairly certain we have done as well. And easy. With a bit of help, of course, from the other guy. Oh well, poor dear. Probably targeted her straight.
I lack the required essence.
There's actually a kind of boss here out of nowhere. What the hell? Didn't even know that. Oh, but well, whatever. And of course, galore coming up. level? The dude with us. Okay. I'm a bit more curious here. So just make sure that you have all the power that you actually need for this nonsense.
I'm low on essence.
Okay. Seems to be it for the brazier. There is apparently some mini dungeon here as well. No, I guess you're gonna be therefore trying to load into it at this point.
I'm out of essence.
And I hope that everything goes well. But first, let's maybe have a look what kind of items you have. Not that, but rather this. So what did we get? No hyper horror, who cares? Who cares? 37. Some higher bonuses here coming up. Nice extra maximum life, but otherwise useless. Ancient Sight. Bone skill damage increase now. Okay. And rank to all corpse skills. Oh, okay. Now we are talking here. All curse skills, we are practically using just Decrepify, but the movement speed is really cool. So that's very nice though. I was just kinda thinking that the movement speed is a bit more useful to stay alive though. And armor, thorns, who cares? Who cares? Maximum within life 11.5%. Plus cold damage. I really don't know if it transfers also to the skeletons or not. That's kind of like the bigger question I have still. Shadow damage, we don't do that. 50 thorns and 5 all stats. I'm gonna be probably picking up right now the better defense and better hit points for the dudes. Even that 0.5% is gonna be nice, I guess. And abilities, so new skills. By the way, on the spear, where did we get and where did we go? 3. What do we get here in the bottom part? Something new you want to do? After you have been healthy for at least 4 seconds, you and your minions gain 4 attack speed. Kinda thinking this is a bit curious. I'll probably want to pick that up. Let's do it. Feels like it might be somewhat helpful. Let's see if we can therefore load already properly in, therefore. Maybe once 15 minutes in the overworld were enough for the servers to get somewhere here for a blizzard. Maybe so. Nice. Maybe therefore we can have some Diablo evening after all.
I need more essence.
By the way, disrupt the grave. That seems... it's a bit bigger than a grave, I have to say. But yeah, seems like that maybe dungeons are open for business. No, and that means, since you have right now discovered this, that we want to be going back there for... So then, seems that way. Interesting that the containers, some of them do respawn. Or maybe I just didn't click this one last time, possibly. Seems like the stones kinda do not, the nature ones. But maybe I just didn't click on it last time. Could be. Because for example there is a stone already here, yeah, so maybe I just didn't click it, or I don't know. Having some different length respawns. It's actually not opening through the cave. It's kind of funny. And yes, you haven't been here. That's another one that you want to visit. That's the one we started having the issues with, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, don't tell me we were just having kind of like one pass into a dungeon. And now it's gonna be back to our long loads. Sad story. No, fortunately seems that way. So I was probably hasty in assuming that it's fixed. Okay, so I'm gonna be there for fetching myself the tea at this point. Gotta see some nice gameplay in there. No, but... well, you see what it is. Okay. Last second apparently coming up. Oh dear, we're disconnected again. At least we didn't die.
I'm out of essence.
Okay.
Not ready yet.
Just needs to run somewhere. Yeah, getting back to town. And getting disconnected. Good job, Blizzard. Good job. Professional company. Okay, Skellington's back at least. So maybe at least partially we reconnected, maybe.
Father bless. What do you need? Well struck.
Rank of Iron Maiden. Well, that is not really that helpful. Ring to sell. This one, yeah, I'm gonna be keeping that because that is a bit interesting. Maybe it's gonna be actually better than I even think that it is, but who knows. And this one... Ah, well, I can potentially keep it as well for the time being. Okay, where's the healer to refresh? That works here. Yeah, okay, get all the potions back, good. Actually, don't have to be doing that with the potions yet. But now, yeah, well, with all the connection shenanigans, better be making sure that we have things a bit more under control.
They lack the required essence.
Okay, so I guess no more dungeons yet. Let's gonna see if maybe this quest dungeon is gonna be different. We can like load it loads differently possibly because it's a quest one, I don't know. Let's test that at least. So maybe we can have some meaningful progress. Let's see. At least he can get somewhere here.
I can overlook my brother's foul deeds no longer. Light, grant me the strength to bring your justice upon my own blood.
I need more essence.
Those shots definitely do hurt. I get rather reluctant, it's just like they're doing entirely too much help in here, so I'm entirely certain how you'll be actually stopping his brother. Seems like rather it's gonna be us doing the stopping. How did he do damage on such a large distance? Yeah, it looks like some kind of mushrooms. Yeah, some kind of weird mushrooms probably. And hey Bakey, and I don't care at all whatsoever. I'm not min-maxing or anything, I'm just having my summons fun. And I can't be bothered with this not entirely too much of a good game, considering the statistics, gears and skills. So, I'm just having my fun. Nah, I don't have Golem. I haven't done the quest yet. I'm just still in the starting locations doing all the overworlds and dungeons. It's kinda like... I'm a completionist, so I do everything. Even things that are completely useless. I don't find the purpose in streaming through the game in an hour. I'm not a speedrunner. So I'm just playing and finishing it all at my own pace. It's working quite fine. So... having a decent time with the game. Yeah, well, I mean, like, it works absolutely normally. I really don't have too many problems here. Scalabros are working fine. I'm buffing their hit points. I'm having, like, I don't know, quarter more hit points on them through items. So, they really do their job pretty decently. Don't even need the golem. And I'm playing on tier 2, as you can see, of course, somewhere there to the right. Bosses are that simple with Necromancer, because skeletons barely die on them. It's a bit of a weird game balance-wise. I assume you're gonna be having some, maybe already 100 level character, maybe. Something that really high level, I'm assuming. Because I'm just like playing like once a week. Not really pushing it or anything along those lines. Just practically wants to be finishing the story somewhere with some normal casual gameplay and not having too much of interest in this game. Diablo 2 is miles better, so if I would be wanting to grind something, that would be definitely game of choice. I mean, like, this is fun enough. It's a good game, definitely wouldn't go to say that it's bad or anything, but it's just like seriously not near enough. Something like Diablo 2. That is somehow just like hitting it better for me. I'm not, of course, taking it away from people who enjoy Diablo 4. All the way, all the more for them, all the more power, no problem. But for me, who has been through also some other games already. This is not exactly the absolute toppest and preferred experience, let's say. Okay.
I need more time.
Damn, didn't manage to hit the avoid. Really? Again, didn't manage to do that. Yeah, that is where I'm also thinking about wanting to find something that really reduces the durations of the negative effects. That's been quite a bit of a limited affix so far. Haven't found anything really damn good with that. But that is potentially something I'll be very much interested in improving. Because that's kind of like what's getting me closest to death. I just, of course, can't run away. Kinda like in Lactan, just like in the middle of the fight, as if nothing was going on. Man, boy, you are a crazy dude. Sounds like one branch to the left side. Probably not gonna be too long, but we are usually going back through the same direction anyway.
Perifan! Perifan, damn it! Where are you?
No! Jesus Christ. The damage was practically nothing. Yeah, these kind of bosses are not really a kind of real threat, it seems. Scalabros are quite a bit healthy for that, and you don't have a problem dealing with those. And they're not even dying too much, so we don't even need too many dead bodies. And much more importantly, we still do have the skill to just kind of like bring back the armies anyway. So yeah, the game is... I guess it just needs to be even easier when we're gonna be finally getting the golem.
What have you done? How could you have fallen so far? Margrave demands justice, brother. I need justice.
They told me it would be clean. Lift a few purses and send them on their way. Nobody was supposed to get hurt. I didn't kill anyone. I ran, and they punished me for it. You must believe me.
Just because you wanted to do that, you deserve the gallows.
We can't return to Margrave. Can you walk?
Look then.
These are old smuggler tunnels, right? We'll follow them south, somewhere no one knows us. Start over. Thank you for your help. He's an idiot, but his blood. I can't just...
Seems he's having way too much of a
Can I
good-hearted
trust you
brother.
not to tell anyone where we've gone.
Understood.
I like in the current answer, just like, yes, understood. Ah, man. Despawn? Yeah, despawn. Not gonna be walking the whole way. Okay, so we probably didn't miss anything here, right? We already got that treasure from the guide. Or from the guy. No, so you're gonna be going back and testing if the servers are properly back. And therefore can even enter some of the dungeons. So it was only just a blind band here, nothing more. Should be it, right? Yes. It was just a straight corridor. Okay, before we go out, let's gonna see what we got. Honor, Arbiter, and Victory Symbol. Okay, so that's what we have. Damage reduction from distance, darkness skill damage, yeah, that sucks. Entropy weapon, not for us. Nothing, of course. Damn ages. No, maximum life definitely keep in. Cold Dress. Specifically here might have been a bit interesting, but from what I know the resistances are still busted. From what I have heard on streams, so... maybe not even that important anymore anyway. Maximum minion life, 10.5, that's nice. But what else do we have here? 50 thorns, we have better. Cold damage. Again, I'm gonna have to maybe find somewhere if it transfers through minions as well. Because I have the cold mages, of course. So maybe if it really helps them, that might be interesting. I can imagine that it does, because usually it kind of works that way in the games, but nonetheless. Maybe. Terrible Mask. Maximum Essence. Oh, yes. Oh, that's only one improvement that I already have. That's something I'm looking forward to. Iron Maiden. It's not entirely what I want. But 20% lightning resist. Maybe. If it at least marginally works somehow. 100 armor is nice. Life regen while not damaged recently. That's not really that important. No, not that important. Heals even during the fighting, potentially. And the life on kill is nice. The legion that I have on my helm. I'm gonna be keeping what I have. Thinking you don't need Iron Maiden that much. It's not as good as it is in Diablo 2. On that there it's a pretty cool skill for certain builds. And Terrible Ruin. Rare Scythe. Well, that's pretty stupidly weak. Compared to what I have. How is it actually even more expensive though? It's having less damage overall. It's probably the life on kill is something that is considered expensive, I guess, by the game. Strange. And gem cache, in case there are some new ones, let's not waste the space so far. And we also should be having something here to the top, maybe some new ones. Fire resist, movement speed 5. We have better and... but oh well. 90 actually more armor though. Dodge chance. It's kinda nice though. And evade grants 30% movement speed for 1 second. And attacks reduce evade's cooldown by 0.6. No, frankly, I'm just kinda so lame at using evade in the first place. And I'm probably not gonna be thinking of that too much. I'm just like absolutely not used to evade. I'm very much used to the system that is, for example, in Neverwinter. That you can evade if you double tap the movement key. But here, the space, it's just like so unnatural somehow. But nonetheless, I'm kinda liking the dodges maybe in there. But 1.6%. How much do we have in total? Where is Dodge? 0.6. I'm having practically nothing. So improvement by 1.6, 2.2. 1 in 50. That seems kind of stupidly weak. So 5%, well, 0.5% extra on the movement speed maybe could be a bit more curious. How that 100 armor? Let's probably keep it as it is. Not gonna be too much of a big difference. And yeah, this is the one from the previous, okay, progress. So let's see if you're gonna be able to load out. Okay, so we're back. $30 monsters within 5 seconds. I mean, like, if you're gonna be having 30 bats against you, that's not entirely too much of a high achievement. But we're probably therefore gonna be going back to see if we can finally get into that under whatever, that cellar. Okay, so how about this time? Like a fourth attempt to get into the flooded mine. Or is it just like bugged? Because we've gotten into the other dungeons. So maybe there's like a non-zero chance that this little piece is bugged because it's not even properly showing up on the map. So I don't know, maybe just like it's not even my problem, or kind of like the connection problem or whatnot. Fortunately, we can't even cancel this in any kind of way. So I guess once you're gonna be back, you might be trying that big dungeon that you wanted to do today. No, after the experience last time, I actually almost died on that. Reload into the game. No. It's gonna stay around, probably. Maybe something interesting in the patch notes then. Maybe discover account wide, really. That's helpful. We kind of thinking that maybe it's making a bit more sense to be per character, but whatever. I mean, like if the maps are always the same, then in the end, there's probably not much of a reason not to do anything else then. And Hedru, no, well, still kind of the same. I think it's a decent game. I'm having decent fun with it. So I wouldn't be going as far as saying that it's a bad game as other people are or whatnot. I definitely wouldn't go that far. But I also wouldn't say that it's anything groundbreaking. And again, just like the comparison with Diablo 2 is just not too favorable towards this game. Thinking that Diablo 2, I just kind of have more fun with that. I'm thinking it's a better designed game than this. But again, I don't think this is a bad one, and definitely do expect that there are gonna be people who are gonna be enjoying this style. Yeah, well, there we go. Okay, let's gonna go back to town immediately. That seemed to have fixed things last time. It has quite some major issues in my opinion. The itemization and kind of like the skill and damage kind of like design it has, it's just like, I don't know, doesn't feel right. And it's very strange. The battles are all kinds of chaotic. That's kind of like, my main thing is that the battles seem to be kind of like over the top. And most of the times it's kind of even hard to understand what's even going on in the battle. You just kind of mashing buttons and things are dying. It's kind of like how it is. Instead of having some kind of real control of that. That obviously could be just because I'm lame, but whatever. Just kind of, I don't have that feeling in Diablo 2. In Diablo 2 I just do feel in control of the battlefield, reasonably. Here, plenty of the things at times I just don't see what's even going on the screen. Just like too many things at once. The skills are a bit strange. As in then the affixes on the weapons, like it's sometimes not entirely clear what they actually do and what they're supposed to be doing. It kind of feels like that things are going fine, and then suddenly you're just almost dead. That's kind of like how a lot of the battles are. And from what I understand from other streamers, from what I watched and whatnot, then in the high levels there are tons and tons of insta-kills basically. So it probably is somewhat of a similar experience that I have with just not being a high level enough and therefore not getting insta-killed immediately. Just kind of like having at least a bit of a breathing room there still. It seems like the design is just like strange in that direction. But overall, can't tell anything about the story. I've been having 5 sessions and haven't gotten through the story anywhere at all. I'm just doing the overworld, which is humongously large and way too large, and especially way too corridory and kind of like weirdly, kind of like not well large, because you have to be doing plenty of backtracking and all kinds of stuff like that, repeating territories, and it's just like it's large for the sake of being large, not because it's having some meaningful content. That's probably how I will be saying that it is. It's like way too large. Dungeons sometimes are way too big without any kind of real useful content as well. So sometimes it's... there are definitely simply parts that are very strange and weird. Okay, maximum minion life here, this one. Okay, we wanted to probably get rid of that then. The boots. I was considering them, but well, let's get rid of it.
Take what's left.
Sell the rest probably.
Can I help you?
So it's a decent enough game. Again, can't say anything about the story yet. So just kind of like killing monsters, doing dungeons. It's well, somewhat rewarding, but I mean, like the items, you're just getting rares absolutely everywhere, as if basically you were getting magical items in Diablo 2. So basically rarity means almost nothing. So in Diablo 2 you will be just kind of like almost always looking forward to what the item is, even if it wasn't maybe for your skill, for your class. But here, well, just another yellow, who cares, it's gonna be worse anyway. So that's not entirely what you want from your itemization, I think.
Well struck.
Sell that, sell this, of course. Yeah, sell that.
Anything else?
Useless scythe, and that, and the helm. Yeah, that's one I wanted to possibly at least keep. Need to be already getting the gems off into the chest stores, I guess. Again, gonna keep it even this way. Okay, so bone skill, slow duration, let's probably keep it in this row or different one. Okay, these are the special ones, they have some story. These are some, I don't know, for some historical reasons, if I'm not mistaken. Maximum mini life, Silent Star, okay. This rather belongs here to the top. Probably not gonna be too useful to even keep those, but for whatever reason. By the way, what's the quest for the golem? I think it should be this one. Thinking that should be this. But that's actually where? There to the top. So you've apparently already been here, but you haven't entirely done that. Oh well, aren't you gonna be going back here? We are doing fine without the golem anyway. Then achieve the necklace of the eyes. Vilek, imprisoned Gyoshat, Nostrava, blah blah, yeah, that's the stronghold. Cleanse in flame. Oh, we've already actually done that. So we can then go back, that was the brazier. Yeah, definitely Blizzard has strayed long time ago. Diablo 3 was already a clear sign of that. It's not getting too much better with them. We'll see what the possible acquisition by Microsoft is gonna be doing for them. Okay, so therefore, not the here, but let's gonna try therefore this dungeon to see if we can actually go in. It sounds like maybe it's just like literally bugged, I don't know, dungeon. Weird. Gonna have to probably therefore do it on another session.
Help, please! Look out!
All three actually drop in rares, really. And the woman died? Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately they always die if I remember correctly. It's just like never have a chance to survive. It's like a scripted event always. It's a weird overworld dungeon. But at least something different. It's like always going underground. Oh, that's a kind of cool animation. Oh, there's this big boy. Wow, that explosion actually took pretty much all the skeletons with him. And we get a crossbow for that, no? I mean, like, it's at least thematic for the enemy. I guess can't be entirely actually malign in that. It's bandit sentries. Oh, the sentries, okay. This is one of the dungeons, something like we have had like a Dungeoneers with, how to call it, the blood boils or whatever. This is gonna be apparently similar. Yep. Luckily didn't get enough of a hit. And Blindebaran, yeah, well, I just like, frankly, I don't know if it's actually even working for me, because I'm playing on not the ladder. I'm playing the previous, because I'm not just gonna be making a new character, I'm just playing the story. So I'm not playing the new season. But it should be probably working as well, right? In the normal game. So far, hard to tell if there's a real difference. Felt last session that it was easier. So it kind of feels maybe a bit more challenging right now, the gameplay. But it still is quite a bit fine. So if I'm paying proper attention to what kind of nonsense the enemies are using against me, then I'm alright. But yeah, I have seen kind of like the overview of the nerfs and whatnot, and they seem to be kind of weird. Yeah, I have seen those, so I'm not entirely certain what they really want of the game. Like removing the cooldowns or kind of like decreasing the cooldowns on items and critical strike. I don't know, it's kind of weird. It's kind of like prolonging the game. I don't have enough experience with the late game, but from what I know, then it's supposed to be plenty of practical like one kills and insta kills, and at that point just kind of like keeping you artificially in the battles longer. That seems very strange. Haven't seen exploring barrels for a long time. Oh, and of course today's failure of the servers. That was a bit of a surprise, to be honest. Wasn't expecting that, because obviously the load is not gonna be bigger than at launch, absolutely not. And still, they apparently downscaled way more than they should have. Which I guess is good news for them, that they're having probably more players than they expected. But in general, yeah, it wasn't too much of a fun experience today. Like, hour of the stream maybe was loading into dungeons and not getting in. Well, it's probably gonna be overstating that a bit, but good 40 minutes wasted on nonsenses and backtracking and whatnot because of that. But hopefully that's gonna be fine now, at least to do some proper things and proper progress at least. Rabbit. Actually, I don't think I've seen too many rabbits, just like all the foxes and deer. Okay, where do we have you, boy? Always forget.
Need a word with you. Fence says the math doesn't add up right. Says she saw you skulking around the reserves last night. Says we're short 2 boxes of the good stuff. No need to worry. I know you'll make it right. And I know you'll come tell me exactly how. I'd hate to let you go. The wargs like you, my friend. But they like fresh meat too. Think on that.
Somebody's stealing from the thieves. Is that the guy? Or is that even a guy? Oh, that's probably not even a dude. Don't you dare hit me. Okay, so where do we go? It's probably continuing this way. But there is something here. Oh well, if it's gonna be the end of the dungeon, then it's the end of the dungeon. Oh, that's the exploding skeletal constructs again. Or are they actually exploding? Because he's not, maybe not this time. Xopent Festripool. Oh, that's a cool name. Yeah, he wanted to go after me. Of course he did. That could have probably quite a bit hurt. Oh. What did we find here? Legendary ring. That's gonna be our only second legendary actually so far. In our, I don't know, 12 hours of playthrough maybe. That's a 5th session, so yeah, it's gonna be like 15 hours maybe already. Appreciate your spirit, defender, but you're gonna die. Onemek? What? Doom spot? Onemek? Supposed to be like Onyemek, maybe? Because some of the words definitely are, like, check-wise. No, it was a huge scythe, unfortunately. Double-hander is not useful because you have an absolutely brutally great shield with 2 extra skeleton mages. We have found it fairly early in the game, and it's gonna be hard to find anything better than that for a long time, I guess. Just because of the skill increase. Zarela Cagebane. These are having kinda cool names. And so far I don't think I've actually seen like a repeat of the name really. Or at least I don't remember one.
The beasts can't resist the scent of blood, even their own. Have enough here to lure out a few. Care to join the hunt?
Sure. Okay. Let's use our special skill round. This is getting a bit kinda hairy with them coming from all sides.
That certainly got their attention.
Ah, the gonna be already healing, because I'm probably fine, but I don't want to be caught somewhere in some kind of like precarious position. I wouldn't be able to really get out of too quickly.
I need more time.
He was actually stunned in the death. He was stunned in the death animation or whatnot. That's weird.
Didn't collect much. It won't make me rich, but it'll help. Here, that's for you.
I mean, like, I've got a decent treasure anyway. I was kind of almost thinking that he actually took the one to the left as well. But nope, he just timed out. Oh, not actually showcasing it. No, we've already found plenty of things. Okay, let's gonna do it after dungeon. Okay, I usually like to be playing the dungeon. See if we can finish it with what we have. Which we should be able to do quite a bit, alright. Slay 1,000 skeletons. Wow. You've already actually done that. That seems to be really kind of high. Nice. Yeah, this is kind of like fun on the modern games that they have the counters on all of these things. Sometimes it's a bit funny to watch. Also like watch to see where we have already gotten. Poor rabbit. Reminds me seriously of Kingdom Come Deliverance. We have also had some adventures with hares, not rabbits there. So kinda look like maybe more a rabbit, but yes, in the end. More wood done. Good. Oh, almost. Okay, so it's gonna be the main quest done. Seems like it. Yeah, some of the things are definitely flying in the ground here. Seem to be stuck midair, not entirely on the snow as they should be. Let's kinda enjoy the view. It's usually kinda nice. Yeah, that's kinda like one of the nicer things here in the game. Kinda reminds me of the Arayat Summit, for example, in D2. It's a kinda nice view of the whole territory. That's not passable here below. Yeah, that's really not. Okay, we have been there. I'm not sure if we have properly explored this connecting passage though. Let's see if maybe there isn't some kind of forgotten enemy. In the end, not really. Just right now also thinking about it, I've been thinking about it even before. And that is that the music is somewhat like not memorable enough. It is definitely having some tones there that are reminiscent of the previous parts of the franchise, but they're just like not as iconic. So can't say that I will be like remembering any kind of proper music score from the game and that I will be really enjoying. Can't really say that. And as in the other games, they're just like ingrained in my memory. Maybe it would come with some more significant play, not sure. But really, some of the songs in the previous games are just like really great from the get-go. Okay, so we have been here. Right? Yeah, I think we have. Looks like almost Pravčická brána. In the Czech Switzerland, no, Bohemian Switzerland rather it's called. I wonder what the Trojans actually, what kind of gold they are even having on them. Did somebody like just like put their gold into their innards trying to hide it? And that's actually what they are dropping? Or is it supposed to be like an idea that they are dropping something and instead of just like going to town and selling it, you're just getting gold instead of it? Just like equivalent in the worth of the item. He has quite a reach, Mr. Woodwraith. There's really nothing here. Nothing here. Seems to be it for the dungeon. Yeah, it was kind of fun. Something different, bit of a basically like extension of the overworld, but at least you just didn't have to be going into underground again for the millionth time. No, and it's therefore time to see what kind of items we have. We found a lot of things, so hunt passage. Yeah, that's straight bad. Steadfast omen. No, I want to be keeping the movement speed, otherwise, not too great either. Stats, fire resistance, poison resistance. Got mayhem, that was from the first... how's it called, bandit. 12% crit strike. And 10% damage to frozen enemies. Combined with our skeletons. If we could use that. Wizard's Omen. Okay, so critical strike, 7%. 4.5% chance to execute injured non-elites, 4% lucky hit chance, and 9% damage to slowed enemies. And we are having here 11% basic skill damage. Damage only 25 plus. Feels better what I have, because damage to slowed enemies. I mean, like, we cast in actually the Decrepify fairly commonly, which does have the effect, of course, of the slow. But just like the basic damage seems to be better, but kind of close to maybe getting something new. So 4.5 movement speed, fire as all stats, but yeah, well, the 1% movement speed I think is nice. Phalanx gear, that's looking like a gothic shield, was it? Something like that in D2. Resistance to all elements. That's something that was added in the latest patch, right? Because it wasn't in the shields before, if I'm not mistaken. Kinda aiming more towards like a Targis and what are the other paladin shields. Circle of Torment. Okay, so Shadow Poison. Damage to close enemies. That's stupid, unfortunately. Lucky hit chance, okay. Maximum minion life. Yes! Gonna be able to at least replace this right now. Okay. Physical damage. Nah, kinda who cares. And critical strikes with bone skills. Increase your essence regeneration by 28% for 4 seconds. That is so weak. At least kinda feels that way. But better maximum minion life. Thank you very much. Lucky hit chance, yeah, that's really cool. What is the other one doing still? Crit strike, 4.5, and that's pretty much it, lucky hit chance there. 4.5 crit strike. This one is not doing crit strike, right? Yeah, I want to be keeping the crit there. But frankly, 20% maximum minion life. Yeah, I don't think this ring is that great otherwise. Cost 15,000 though. Yeah, I think I'd want to be keeping that 4.5 crit strike still. Especially since I'm right now having something that synergizes with it. So, yes. Let's replace. Keep a rare or high quality item in every slot. Okay. Yeah, we were actually keeping that for a long time. Because of the extra minimum life or minion life. So that's at least something useful. Before that, after all the rares. Inudel Legendarios. Crit strike. Okay, that's just a sword, so we don't really care about that. Armor. Control impaired duration reaction. This is something really I want to stack up if I can. That's really important to get out of fights. And like if I make a mistake, not get killed immediately. The minion life so far. Especially with such high percentages is what I want. That's not too good. Kind of like the high life on kill. I wonder how it actually works with the double-handed scythe. The high life on kill maybe could be used, maybe could be kind of like making up for the limited defense, because you're gonna be receiving probably higher damage. Getting really right now the physical damage increases. Not sure if it's from the latest patch or because we are high level enough for that. Then we are 30 plus. Faith Sin. Cold and lightning. Damage to slowed enemies, cold damage and max. Ooh. Okay, right now they are just kind of making me think that I want to be maybe even removing this ring. Cold light are very good resistances. Cold damage, no. Damage to slowed enemies. I'm just like at the maximum minion life, 14.5%. Having 2 of them. Oh man, so is the crit better or not? I mean, like, this is also having the lucky chance for the executions there. And the regen. It's a very good ring, but thinking that I'm gonna be keeping the crit strike so far when there's the synergy with the other one. But that's a close Close to be replacement. Blood skill damage, we don't use those. Entropy scar. Vulnerable damage, but not that great. Blood surge we don't use. And also doesn't have attack speed. And the bone speed. I mean, like, Viper guards, the guards that we have found today, they seem like keepers for a long time. The agent, bone skill damage, it's kinda cool. But, again, minion life. Who cares about that, right? Gloves, critical strike chance. Still not better. No, some interesting things we got. And here, so you have your minions deal 10% increased damage while you are close to them. Okay. It's very good. Every 5 seconds, skeletal priests healing with the heal your skeleton for blah blah blah. That's defense. Your minions cannot lose more than 70% of their maximum life from a single damage instance. Yeah, I think the increased damage right now is the path for us, since we are going for the summon build. Oh wow. I actually haven't been recording at all this whole dungeon and before that. That's great. Okay, so you're gonna be doing probably this dungeon again. So what I was talking about here, that's superb. Jesus Christ, when was the last time? Okay, when you're trying to go to the bottom. So basically this whole dungeon I wasn't recording. You go in here, into that, then you go in back. Yeah, basically the whole dungeon you weren't recording. Seriously. Okay, let's do the dungeon therefore again. Or we're gonna be having to do it again next time. But nonetheless, right now what I was talking about with the items. So the important parts. Well, the important part is that we got a new ring, this one. Circle of Torment. Sorry for that. What a failure of a stream today. Yep, that is really helpful. Get the maximum minion life in there. But then we didn't really find anything to be that awesome. Just the Faith Sin is quite up there. Okay, can you guys just like immediately go back and it's gonna be respawned, or do you need to go then out? Probably gonna have to go out, right? And restart. Or no, maybe it's gonna be just like a straight again. Okay, if so, I'm just gonna do it again. So that we have the full experience. Apparently it's gonna be at night time this time around. And we can kinda like, for the fun of it, play that without the ring. Yeah. So that it's gonna be at least somewhat of a similar experience. And does it spawn the same way? Actually not sure if it's gonna be the same lookout and kinda like shape. But yeah, classic failure of a streamer. It's not gonna be entirely the same because you have the increased damage rate about now for the skeletons through this extra skill, but yeah, well, at least as close as possible.
My burden is too great.
Okay, so you're gonna be having to head home, therefore. Plenty of skill or plenty of items? No, well, then you have to be doing the dungeon again because I'm stupid. There's of course gonna be plenty of things, so not entirely that much of a progress today, because it's gonna be like in half an hour to repeat that, but nonetheless, luckily I've at least noticed, and it wasn't until the end of the stream. Jesus, that would have been something. But yeah, first progress of the dungeon. It's gonna be lost, but nonetheless, again, just like literally one dungeon and pass between. Pass between that. The quest we done alright, and then we just gonna move here, back, and we traveled over. So there wasn't really anything too extreme. Just that we were looking, I think we were selling something in town. Looking at some of the items and whatnot. And looking where our quest is going to be for the golem. But that's I think in all that we did.
Came apart nicely.
That I did.
Come
No, and
back
the rest
if you
can be
need
sold.
Arms for the light.
Even picked up some normal shoes.
Well struck.
Summoning skill damage, that's a bit interesting. Critical strike, yeah, it's not good enough. Useless sword, armor is also not gonna be good enough here for us. Neither that. No. The Wizard's Omen was close. But I think the basic skill damage is gonna be better. Huge scythe, useless. This one I'm gonna be keeping. Same as of course right now with the other ring. Okay, this. Control impaired duration. I'm just not entirely certain if I want that or not. No, and the armor summoning skill damage is a very curious part. But I'm thinking a better maximum life is gonna be probably better. But that's gonna maybe keep that as well here. Oh, some ambush and ended on her head. Okay, so it's already the passage through, so you need to be finding the last bandit sentry. There we go. Kinda liking how the skeletons are running away really quickly, in general. Wow, he took practically all the skeletons with him.
Gregor, need a word with you. Fence says the math doesn't add up right. Says she saw you skulking around the reserves last night. Says we're short 2 boxes of the good stuff. No need to worry. I know you'll make it right. And I know you'll come tell me exactly how. I'd hate to let you go. The wargs like you, my friend. But they like fresh meat too. Think on that.
What the hell is going on here? Wasn't it like artillery shrine? So therefore that should be the completely OP one. Maybe I just cannot saw it wrong. Yeah, there's definitely a different shrine. Either it was cursed, or kind of like that you can be having just like a cursed shrine that it does something else, or simply just like messes you up. Or yeah, it was a cursed shrine actually event. So right now you can be getting the real skill from that. Well, there was no reward for that practically.
Cold. So cold.
Okay, so that was not entirely much useful for the artillery shrine, but poor wood rate. Considering that's supposed to be like a mini boss here, it's gonna like very often feel somewhat weak. I'm slightly wondering about right now when I have the increased damage when I'm nearby my minions. Maybe there could be some kind of build on survivability and practically that.
They've been feeding on me. My soul. Please, take it back from them. Let it in.
And therefore like basically fighting in the front lines with the guys. That was a somewhat decent timing for the level.
No. Please.
It's not all. Oh, there we go. Kinda funny how you get in 1,000 gold for the quest. Basically 1,000 gold, that's not even any kind of weak item by now. Yeah, those rewards are a bit weird that way. It's either a circlet, did I see it right? So it's kind of good helm. Gixius Snowblast. It looks like even a new name that we didn't have last time. Gortaint. Or Gortaint. I'm gonna try to determine if it's the same layout of the dungeon or not, and if it's somewhat procedurally generated. I definitely do recognize a few parts, but I think we were moving kind of like right onto the next territory here, into the second spot. I think it's a bit different. A strange stone, it looks like. I'm wondering if it's something else, but yeah, it looks like a stone or whatnot. Vitrex Dredge Touch. Armira Blink Swift. Thinking they are having probably some kind of combinations of names as it is in Age of Mythology for the Hersirs, for example. Not for example, for the Hersirs. Because it's a bit different for the Pharaohs, they just have like one name. They are historically precise pretty much, or correct. Besides of course something like Larry and Baba Joe. Okay, so that's gonna be the dungeon done. Probably need to be checking out that connection. For absolutely nothing. But better be sure. And it was again also cursed. There was just that guy. Was it even a boss? Because I don't think he was having anything written on him as a boss. Funny. So not sure if he was a boss, maybe he was just having some kind of improvements on him from the spirits and banshees and whatnot. You are supposed to be... Ah! Right now I just understand what's going on here. You're actually supposed to be slaying those like selected enemies or noticed enemies. Aha. That's kind of like the whole purpose of the dungeon, or kind of like dungeon event rather. Making a bit more sense then. Well, you can right now keep the healing. Well, you've already dropped enough orbs and healing pots from around here. No, so right now it's gonna be properly done with an actual picture, supposed to the failure of number 1. Well. At least have a screenshot of the rare ring find or legendary ring find, but oh well. Not gonna be recorded on video properly. So 2 cursed shrines in one map. Can probably really call this a cursed ground. Somebody. Yeah, that's actually the... Yeah, that's a hind part of a horse. Ah. This looks good. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a hoof here. And yes, you definitely, I can understand how you would be feeling cold here. Seems like he's not even having, and wasn't having much of a clothing on him. Kind of weird head wrap. No, and we're therefore gonna be visiting that other dungeon that we have already done. Probably not gonna be finishing it full, just get in the story part. That's gonna be enough. I've already done a repeat of a dungeon today, as you can see. Yeah, so let's go back here. Let's go into the shop probably then, when we are already nearby.
So you have. I can smell it from here. I wish I could have seen the flames dance.
The light shines through you.
Well, they don't seem to be doing too much as far as the demons and everything. But if it's making you happy. Citizens and pilgrims of Margrave. At the toll of the bell, all men, women and children must assemble around the pyre. Together we bear witness to the wages of sin. Okay. Well, so what kind of new items we do actually get? Dodge chance, yeah, okay, so that's, yeah, it's gonna be sell. Movement speed 5.5, lightning resist, and slow duration reduction. That's actually, I'm gonna be picking that up. For sure. Movement speed the same, and slow duration is gonna be nice. And of course extra armor. So quite a bit better. Seem to be quite a bit plain, these walk runners, but nonetheless they served pretty damn well and for a long time. Okay, let's also put the ring on. Right, now we officially can. Nothing important. Bloody breaker. Interesting. High overpower damage. And damage to stunned enemies as well, and crit strike on top of it. No, and otherwise, rank of Bloodlands, we are not using that. Lucky hit chance is kinda nice, but attack speed rules for us. Baron Blast. Now of course the resist is gonna be much better since it's level 30. Control impaired duration reduction is nice. Summoning skill damage is cool. Shrine buff duration... but nonetheless, the rank to all curse skills. And movement speed, much more importantly, is really nice. Death Protector. Rank of Iron Maiden, and oh, 2 to Decrepify, though. However, the max Essence. But the 2 to Decrepify is very much tempting. Life regen while not damaged recently. Nah, it's kinda nice. I don't know at this point. $50 obols. Not gonna be putting them into our inventory now, so that we can still keep picking them up. Night Spine, of course. Minion attack speed. Oh well, that's even something you can be getting. So yeah, as we get in higher in the levels, you get in even some different affixes. It's really nice to see. It's not gonna be all the time the same. Awful relic. Damage to close, damage to distant enemies. That's a bit weird for a bow to be having also the close enemies, right? Damage to crowd control, core skill. Yeah, it's not really that good. And a helmet though. That helmet, no, but I'm thinking that life on kill is something that I probably want, at least in some level and regen. And the essence, but Death's Protector is very curioso.
Come back if you need work.
Just mere. Okay, let's gonna sell things to you then. So you can already sell that. You're serving us pretty damn well, this ring. Victor Slayer, not sure. This one gone. Gone. Ranks of Sever.
Good deal. Father, boys.
I'm probably gonna be keeping the ring, I'm thinking. Just so for some kind of like history's sake. I think it's gonna be a decent plan. No, and the medallion. The summoning skill damage is kinda cool. Impaired duration as well. Plus to all curse, we practically using only Decrepify, but the movement speed is really nice there. Okay, let's therefore also do the skills. Yeah, let's right now increase the damage. Feels like the correct thing to do. Okay, so there's this, and that means let's therefore go into the Light's Watch to finish that quest.
So you passed the altar on your way in? Didn't offer a prayer? Perhaps you missed it.
I just don't give a crap.
Did you walk here too? I will pray for our feet. This pilgrimage has not been kind to them.
I think the feet are gonna be the least of our problems.
Damned bandits are tearing us apart. I can't go out again.
Fine. Just tell my wife I took your shift.
You'll die, and she'll kill me.
Well, then you have a bit of a problem and somewhat of an impasse, don't you? Oh, they actually having... Ah, that's what was on the head of the guy in the dungeon a moment ago. They actually having the Russian hats. Let's go Medvědice, at least in Czech. That's how it's called in whatever kind of other language you want to use it in. Okay, there's an event here. Is it? Oh, that's the big event. Okay, let's gonna maybe go in, see if somebody's taking it on. And they can get maybe some kind of easy reward. It looks like it's gonna be only us. One last spirit. No, and survive for a minute. Oh, it's actually pulling me towards him. Ah, that's what his special ability is. Cool. You're supposed to be holding for a minute or kill him in a minute. Seems like a holding for a minute, right? No, nonetheless, it was some kind of extra XP and somewhat of a fun experience. Okay, let's go through around because he maybe left some treasures. Because you aren't entirely picking up everything. The Hurk. At the same time, I don't want to be here for too long. Not to be starting it again, because then I would have to finish again because I'm weird that way. Yeah, it was just a torch. A weird one, but it is. And it's actually shining through in there. Having some holes in that crown of the torch, or how to call it. Okay, so it was a fun event. And yes, just like barely started the new one, but I mean, like, we just finished. But as I mentioned, no, that's gonna do it again then. It's gonna be Liberation, it's gonna be a different type. Maybe the guy's gonna help. No, okay, so it's the same thing. But this time I'm fairly certain we have picked up plenty of, or the most of the things, so we should be somewhat fine here at this point. Defeat Red Ice Last. Ah, so it's not like... Yeah, so you have to kill him in those 45 seconds. Or kind of like a minute. Let's survive that. Ooh, shield focus again. Not happy. Was actually 2. Wow, shield and focus. No, that's the same thing though, unfortunately. Are you freaking kidding me? Oh. 2 legendary shields. And I already have a legendary shield. Ah, good old Diablo throw. Okay. Let's get off the cemetery and to our dungeon. So many things it could have dropped, and it drops this. Never lucky.
Why are we always the ones who get watch duty?
They really didn't see me the whole time when I was kicking the door open. Hey, weren't doing too much of a good guard duty then. I was trapped, but some interesting butos may be in it. Kinda thinking probably gonna be doing the dungeon hall. But yeah, well, I remember this was the first dungeon we did, and it wasn't the easiest there. The boss almost didn't make it. That was also our first boss, so right now with tons of skeletons and whatnot, should be a whole lot easier. And better skills on top of it.
We received the order. Our company has been called away on a mission for the light. I know that, like the others who have been called to serve, we will not return. We have already given everything to the church. Must we give up our lives as well?
Well, that's kind of like the whole point of you, isn't you? If you want to be a knight, you cannot get a better idea about what you're getting into, because you are gonna be called on to fight. And yes, if you're a professional soldier, be it or not, you are expected to actually die as part of your contract. That is the whole purpose of you being a professional soldier. Professional soldierinho.
true what they say? An angel walks among men? Oh. The knights march to Cor Valar. If I were 2 years older, I'd have passed my trials and I'd be marching with them. Instead, I stay. A skeleton crew will guard the fort until the knights can return. You'd be proud. No more polishing shields for me. They gave me a sword, though I doubt you will ever see battle. All right, soon. Edmund.
I need more time.
That was helpful for exactly the boss here. That's right, now calm me down. That was a quick level, of course. Pick up.
My burden is too great.
But it was somewhat actually helpful. Right now, speed this nonsense up. Okay, sounds cool. So. Something new here. So the helmet we keep. Blessed amulet. Shrine of the... Actually, if you could be fast enough, like a speedrunner, which I'm not, and I'm not having any kind of ambition, putting this up right before the shrine could be somewhat interesting. I wonder if it's actually applying when you pick it up, and then you can turn this, kind of like change it into something else, and it's gonna be keeping that increased duration. I wonder. Maximum essence. Damage to slowed enemies and shadow damage. Now that's unfortunately quite a bit useless though. The hate. Oh, 7% movement speed, rank corpse skill. Essence cost. Oh, now that's what we're talking about. Feather end. Slowed enemies. Yeah, that's actually pretty bad. No, the legendaries. Pisses me off. Bone Spirit actually too. Interesting. It's gonna be probably kept. This one we can therefore sell. Parenthesis want as well. Hailstone Crash. The mace actually. Not cool.
Well
Not cool. Essence cost reductions. Suddenly cost reductions of everything. Harbor Reaper, of course, it's gonna be useless.
Anything else?
Further boots. Well, you don't have right about not lightning resistance in there, but max evade charge is fairly interesting skill. It's probably what you can be therefore looking forward to. Let's see, they're gonna be keeping, and lightning resist, essence cost reduction. Unfortunately, not good enough. Movement speed is not there, so Lord's Kickers go on off. And do we have better find? No, requires level 3. It served us excellently for the longest time. I'm not gonna be selling those. I know that already, but two legendaries, and they give us the same slot that we already have, and twice, of course. It's not fair. Let's do screenshots and okay, so 50, 80%, 12, 50 thorns, 33 maximum life is very nice. Barrier generation, I don't know what that is. Crowd control duration sucks. And you heal for 12 life per second for each close enemy. If that is actually what I mentioned. If you're gonna be having the skill for the increased damage when you are next to your allies, this is exactly for that. This is exactly kind of for that. Can't figure out another word. Synergy. But otherwise, quite a bit bad. Account bound. Okay, blood-bathed runic orb. Healing received, useless. Crowd control, useless. Useless. Damage reaction while fortified, useless. Blood surges Nova echoes again after a short delay, dealing 54% less damage. I mean, like, these are really bad. You really got lucky with the skeletal mages, especially for the summon build that I want to have. Cooldown reduction is kinda nice. It's kinda the only part. Part 7% movement speed. Corpse skills. To get better. At least corpse explosion. Worse decrepify, but it's alright. And cost reduction though is great. Better than the damage. At least can like think that it's gonna be great, the cost reduction. Corpse tendrils, of course. But nonetheless. Yeah, see how it works. The high increase in the movement speed I'm liking the most. 5% cost reduction. We'll see if it's gonna be allowing us to get extra. I'm gonna be right now keeping the things up. Usually do it after dungeon, but you got all those things before even the dungeon, so... What? Once a promising and devout member of the Knights Penitent, the heretic Serlina has renounced the light and now lives in darkness. The faithful should avoid Killstick Plateau, where she has been seen most recently. Okay, that's kind of for the historic reasons. Can I therefore get like next stash? Purchase an additional stash tab to expand your stash capacity by 50 slots. Jesus Christ. Making waste gold for that, but... Very interesting bonuses now. Completely useless legends though. That's also fairly impressive. We don't really need this at this point anymore here in any kind of significant way. Probably just gonna even sell it. Resistance is what you have: cold, fire and shadow poison, so basically we're having all the resistances besides lightning. Dabra fur boots. Let's see if they wanted us to become a furry. Okay, so that's the whole right wing. Seems like the essence reduction is actually allowing us to be casting, if I'm not mistaken, one more spear, which is kinda nice.
Our new recruits are proving themselves strong. I've grown fond of one, Knight Soliana Costa. Her devotion to the faith could cast even the darkest shadow of doubt from anyone's mind. It's easy to talk to her about those I left for the calling of the light. She had to leave her family too, a son.
That is a shockingly big block of luck. Quant. Oh, that's actually the barrier, right? Probably the barrier skill. Yeah, that's gonna be it. a bit too close to Mr. So here. Really nothing here. Kind of nice steps so that you can look outside. Cool design, I guess. Or so that it's gonna be easier to either clean the window or well, jump out if you didn't want to be serving the light anymore. This is typically a good spot where the Decrepify and the slowdown and everything is gonna be coming in quite handy. And for example, Corpse Explosion from Diablo 2 would be solving this fairly easily. Here, in D4, not so much. A lot weaker. There's a random blue stone doing in some kind of random in a castle here or another. Quite nice iconography. Classic Eastern European. Okay, so let's go for the big fight. I'm kind of thinking that I maybe want to keep this. Okay. The special skill for a bit later. Once you potentially are missing more guys. Like maybe it's not gonna be even all that necessary. Okay, so that was fun. That was the pre-final boss, if I'm not mistaken. That's gonna be then the dude still. That did something. Wow, that's quite a bit powerful blast wave though. That wasn't too much of a bad help.
tried to convince Soliana to leave with me. I told her that her son would rather grow up with a mother, and we could start over, away from this frozen wasteland. She refused. Soliana said to run would be to abandon the light and a better world for her son. Perhaps she's right.
Why does a werewolf have a sword? Well, I guess maybe he used to be... No, well, maybe. He used to be a normal soldier, I guess. One of those annoying guys again. It's actually one of the minions from the boss here to the bottom that we just killed. He was locked off in a different room. Well, congrats, Sivu. Finishing your challenge, waste not. Which I have no idea what it's about. Oh, I was kind of thinking it's gonna be actually going through all the way back, because there's a part that we didn't do, but, well, apparently not, so... Let's go through here. Into our...
I cannot use that.
Well, hello, Mr. Boss, den mother. Yeah, this was quite a proper challenge the first time we did this, and she finally right now on us, but this time it should be a whole lot easier with all the scripters we have. There she go in. That was exactly the point where to cast it. It was getting a bit hairy and everybody was just like starting to die at the same time. So, yep, that was... You can't be too actually hasty with that spell. There are gonna be worse actually things going on and coming up. Well, that's a good throne room here. Can't sit. Can't sit. Disappointing. Can I at least get in front of it? Scarrington's in the way, but best we can do for a screenshot, I guess. Okay, so we finished the dungeon for the second time as well. Let's knife one of the extra misters with us, and let's go. No, so that's gonna be it, and it's gonna be it for tonight, because you're gonna be done finishing the quest. Going to town, selling things, leveling up. We left a chest here with an amulet even, and some good gold. I'm kind of caging into a window or whatnot. Oh, that's kind of like, yeah, they're praying, and that's the Inarius symbol, or kind of like the classic circle that we see everywhere. Not this one, but the circle of the faith. This is also the dungeon where Butcher met us in the very first dungeon ever that we did. And of course completely destroyed us. Right now actually a bit thinking we might be able to do him. We have Decrepify on him, good skeletons. May be able to take him on now. Sister Penitent or some such. No, but yeah, that seems to be there for dungeon done. Good. It's the last piece of it all. So it was a bit of a weird experience today. Sorry for that connections, but yeah, well, that was on Blizzard, unfortunately. And of course, turbo sorry for that complete failure that is on me. With that dungeon and keeping the screen unfortunately hidden, but yeah, well, we kinda did the dungeon again then so that we have it recorded. It's of course gonna be different experience since they are generated differently every single time, but yeah, well, at least one version is gonna be in. We got a rare ring, that's pretty cool, or legendary ring rather, from the first playthrough of the dungeon. So that was kinda nice at least, but shame, yeah, well, that exactly we had just like a radio experience of me finding it. So a lot of reds here. Could be probably using some cats, I would be imagining. Some good meal. Oh, this is the symbol I was talking about on that picture or interaction or whatever how it's called. That icon rather it's called, these kind of like Eastern and Orthodox pictures of the saints. This is the symbol I was having in mind. But yeah, well, there was some good gobbler a bit earlier on the table, but well, they apparently didn't manage to beat on that well enough to be having higher strength than we do. the basic damage is doing absolutely nothing. Like literally. Basically the normal attack is only to recharge essence so that we can use the spear which is actually doing damage. Now when I'm thinking about it, actually having the skeletons have so much money is actually making pretty good sense, because usually in plenty of cultures they were burying their dead with actually a decent amount of possessions. So therefore, if they're gonna be coming back to life, then logically they probably gonna be still having something on them, right? Poor rabbit. That squeal. I was kind of for a moment wondering what the sound was, but then it actually occurred to me that was probably a rabbit dying. Can I do those kind of squeals as the sounds of the animal, not necessarily just when they die. Okay. Yeah, well, load up the town here, please, game.
I see. So my mother was a knight penitent. Would she have made the same choice if she saw what the world has become?
And she was fighting against that to become the world to become. But I guess not too successfully, but yeah, well, evil is omnipresent and always will be here as long as mankind exists, unfortunately. Okay, so we did those. This one, I'm not sure if I want to be right about now at the end trying that or what. Or just gonna like, probably just gonna give it a try. It's like bugged or what. But nonetheless, we finished this. Next week, I'm thinking if you're gonna be playing again, we might be doing just this left part. Therefore, plenty dungeons. Not sure if you're gonna be managing to do all of them. Look at actually what small portion of the world we have done so far. Or we could do this, maybe. All the dungeons here to the bottom. There's at least some kind of continuation of the main quest, maybe. So I guess possibly. Right, so did we find something fun? Spirit helmet, lightning resist, life regeneration while not damaged, but no essence extra. Not good enough. Ranks of bone spirit and corpse tendrils. Bone spirit boots we already have. Fortify generation. I have no idea what that is and how that works. Thaumaturgy strike. 2.5% only. Ground control. Okay, that sucks. Nothing, of course. Boots. Corpse tendrils. They just like pushing corpse tendrils on us. Useless. Bone spirit again, but otherwise. Shrine buff duration all the time. Battle offer, of course, nothing. Maximum life is kinda cool, but really just the skeleton mages increased by 2 is superb. It's gonna be probably hard to find anything better than that. Rift Link. Barrier, overpower damage to close enemy, useless. Empyrean Sunder, of course, nothing for us. Order Splitter, rare totem. That seems kinda weak though. Yeah, the crit strike that got nerfed, the numbers that you can get on the units, cooldown reduction the same. So this is probably something that might have been like, I don't know, 4%, 5%ers, whatever. In case you will be actually having that normally. Probably not that much, maybe some 4%ers. 3, 4, but yeah, this is typically the one that will be heavily nerfed. Spirit Testimony. Ooh. Ooh. Crit strike 6%, 1-3 crit strike chance, okay, crit strike chance and crit strike damage. So that's something that I may be also wanting to somewhat consider. Crit strike chance is much better than, of course, the crit strike damage. Damage to stunned enemies, you don't do that too much. This is fairly nice. But a lucky hit chance for the insta-kills, do I really need them? Take speed 4.1, but otherwise useless, useless. Nope, nope. And salvage cash. We'll let good garbage go to waste. Regeneration viral damage recently as well. I don't know. It's kinda close. This one is kinda close to think about seriously.
You can take what's left.
Well struck.
Was this a normal? You actually even pick up a normal scythe in there. Okay, so the boots, corpse, bone spirit, fortified change. I'm probably gonna be keeping that. This one is not good. Ring, of course, not. The helmet. Barrier generation, high regen, and lightning resist. Yeah, I don't think that's as good. The armor is nice, but that's it. Bone spirit, no. Of course not. No. No purse. Of course, you can't even use that. And the ring, probably gonna keep. Not sure for what, but. Gonna have to buy the new thing soon. And he said that we're gonna be selling also the rings somewhere. But nonetheless, the skills. 20, 30. Yes, it's gonna mix this up. And next time, gonna be having even something new completely at level 35. Still chilling without the golem here. Okay, so let's see if he can be going to the cellar. Or if it's gonna be still somehow bugged or whatnot. was there. I wonder how many people actually have in level 35 and just not even finished with the first territory. They have a pretty good reach, boys. So the moment of truth is here. Is this bugged or... was it just the servers? Yeah, it was just the servers. Good, so you're gonna be able to at least right now finish it all, so I'm happy for that. And with that as well. So you're gonna be right now claiming this all being basically done. Well, considering how he actually bloated, he really had to be quite a bit sturdy pants. So that they don't burst on him. Seems to fit. That is a lot of gold. And for some reason also tons of pots. Deep pockets. Yeah, that's gonna be for gold, I imagine. No, almost a mil. The retreading, damage reduction, all fortified, but the medium damage, so cool, and so damn good. I mean, like, while the water looks kinda disgusting, the green and slimy and whatnot, overall, seems actually somewhat nice graphics. Can I imagine that being like a really cave with... Kinda loot that way. Caves with, of course, over the thousands and thousands of years, having some deposits of like, I don't know, all kinds of calcium, whatever. Not alloys, but... I don't know how it's said in English. And we're going into town, we might just as well pick it up for the cell to get close to that mill.
What is this?
It's like a random quest again. But that's gonna be for the next time anyway. Faded old painting, better days. This old painting of Margrave's town square has seen better days. Okay.
This painting must be from before my mother's time. These days, art like this would just go into the pyre. I'll have to keep this well hidden. Thank you. If you find anything else from Margrave's past in your travels, I'd love to see it.
Curious. And now money. And probably some further salvage we get in. Yeah. Well, that was completely out there. Kinda looking forward if you're gonna be having this helmet. When you're gonna be coming to some desert territories, no, I'm not entirely envious of him in those heats. Having actually that sauna on his head. That wouldn't be too practical, and that's why the Christian heavy knights didn't fare too well in the Middle East in the Crusades. And that's why also heavy cavalry wasn't entirely too common back then, heavily armored that way, because simply yeah. Try that in the 30s plus back then, maybe 40s as well. In full plate armor, you're gonna be quite a bit hot.
Can I help you? Fair trade.
Lethal creatures, Succubus 55. It almost seems like he's having some belly or whatnot. But yeah, whatever. But nonetheless, that's gonna be there for it for today. So happy that you managed to get even that last part. So as I mentioned, next week or next session, either the left part or probably yes, so that we can then move here. Or this, or that. Plenty things for us still to do here in the game. But for today, that's gonna be there for it. Hope you enjoyed. Even though, sorry, again, for the server issues at the start. Can't do anything about that. It was the season start and apparently Blizzard underestimated that. No, and then of course complete failure on my part at half an hour when I was unfortunately having that page up with the patch notes instead of battling in the dungeon. Sorry for that. But yeah, well, that's how it goes with no viewers. No one to tell you, of course. It happens. But we redid the dungeon, so hopefully luckily it wasn't too terrible and too long. And we didn't miss anything important there, kind of story pieces or whatever, so it's not entirely terrible. Just kind of like the find of that cool legendary ring. It was a nice experience, at least for me. But yeah, well then, later, those two legendary shields, completely useless first part, and second, again, we already do have an absolutely awesome legendary shield. So it was cool and disappointing, or gonna be more disappointing than anything else. But hopefully next time we're gonna be finding something a bit better. So yeah, as I mentioned, maybe it's going to be next week again, we'll see. Possibility on Thursday. Then, of course, Monday, we'll see what we're gonna be doing. Probably I will be liking some Age of Empires 2, check our Liga, potentially all recorded games if you're not gonna be doing anything over the weekend. Wednesday, Age of Mythology, and we'll see what's gonna be happening all around and otherwise. So let's at this point have a quick look who is possibly streaming some Diablo 4, or if maybe Mr. Lama is still doing Diablo 2. As a bit of a protest to the quality of the game from his point of view, which I can certainly understand, and he's a recommended stream, so I might just kind of like recommend him straight. He's a chill guy, and he really does understand the game pretty well, and the design, so he thinks about that. So these are some really cool Diablo streams. No, and from the others, is there somebody know? How many viewers? 200k viewers only on a season launch? Yeah, it seems like the game is really not in the place where probably Diablo developers would be wanting. There's a lot of actually negativity about like how the game plays and the late game and whatnot, and no, unfortunately deserved. It is what it is. Should have been a better game. But I guess, as I said, it's okay for normal casual play. I'm having decent fun with it. It's not like any kind of chore to play it, really. Just Diablo 2 is better. I'm gonna be bothering with you with that, but nonetheless, from my point of view, it is. Not even mention Diablo 1, but that's a specific game. It's a bit different one, since it's kind of like not as replayable as far as there's these newer games, but nonetheless, it's an awesome game on its own for what it is. So it's a good game. But it simply could have been and should have been a lot better, especially considering what kind of experience you have for all the years. But that's the same as with Age of Empires 4. Also should have been a much better game based on 20 years of experience with the franchise. But they just said, nope, we're gonna be making things not better, but simply we're just gonna be thinking that we are better developers and we can therefore do it maybe sometimes the same way and of course same mistakes, or just kind of like do something different for the sake of different and not doing it well enough, and of course then falling prey to modern trends that don't necessarily lead to better games every single time. For example, also there is Rames, not sure if he's gonna be streaming. He's right now doing New World, the guy due to which we are even able to play Diablo here. So I guess that's again gonna be a classic recommendation here to potentially stop by. He is streaming usually lately New World. And then for example Zegers, he's doing a lot of giveaways. Currently he's having some 4090 GPU giveaways, so if you're interested, he's doing plenty of giveaways long term if you're into that. No, and don't see anybody else. There will be really no win from our community, sorry, and some people that I will be knowing. So I guess Mr. Alma it is. Otherwise there's for example like Gymnasium doing some speedruns. Maybe that's a guy who is commonly streaming with Mr. Lama. So someone maybe to at least from Diablo 4 to also recommend. And I see I think in somebody else here as well from the group. I'm not certain who he's playing with. Okay, no. Thinking is from the group as well. Possibly, I'm thinking also Macrobio Boys is from that kind of group. I'm guessing that might be probably it. Maybe somebody else, who knows. But nonetheless, that's gonna be it. Thank you very much for watching. Again, sorry for that fail. As I start with the servers, and of course, with also the screen covered. And Blinde Banan, Bezíznamý druh, and Yubejky Bagami. Thank you for stopping by. And I've been Blackadder at Blackadder's Place. Hope you enjoyed, and see you later.